Sometimes things are simple. Would it be better if hardworking Americans received?
Hey Ivan, how you doing? Hey Cam, what's up? Should be at 15,000 subs very soon. So right now it's a new day of filming. This is filming from March 3rd, 2025. And so I'm going through the whole thing, putting in the cities and the highway numbers and the directions and all that stuff. Hey, look at that. The on screen chat is working. That's the first time this ever worked. Oh yeah, Moonshine. I remember you mentioning that you were getting a T-shirt, and then a Spreadshirt doesn't notify me when somebody buys something. So unless I go in and deliberately look at it, um, I don't know that anybody's bought anything. And then eventually I'll get a check for like $2, or I guess a direct deposit for like $2 or whatever. The markup on the products on Spreadshirt is the bare minimum. Because their prices are already kind of high. So I just set it to the minimum. But I do appreciate you buying the merchandise. Ivan, I was not aware that you even had a channel. I have to check that out. You made it to Boca Raton on Google Maps. That would take a long time. It would probably take longer than it would to drive it. I hope y'all can hear me okay. I don't have my headphones on. I'm just going by the meters here that I'm even getting out. So the keys take a long time, whether you're on Google Maps or whether you're driving it. I've said a number of times, I doubt that I'll ever go to the Florida Keys again unless I fly there. Because we've driven down there twice in the last year and a half, and it's just such a slow drive. It just takes so much time. And once I've driven something once, I really don't feel like I need to drive it again once I've seen it. Excuse me. Anchorage. Yacht Club. Lots of drawbridges in this section. So this day's filming, we covered Fort Lauderdale to Cocoa Beach, and then on day 3 we did Cocoa Beach to Jacksonville. We did not get up to Florida this summer to get more filming done. We actually would have been finishing Florida and getting into Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina. So we're probably not going to go. It's looking like this is going to last us through Mardi Gras anyway, and Mardi Gras is going to be the time when I can get away for 5 days. So we'll probably take a trip out there to Jacksonville and head north for Mardi Gras this year. So hopefully it won't be a very cold winter. We were able to shoot Florida in March of this year because Florida doesn't get cold enough for everything to be all gray. I mean, you can see how green it is on the screen, but you get much further north than there and things can look wintry, and I don't like the way the video looks in the wintertime. So, oh, Cam, you live in Miro. I didn't know you were that close. I know I've seen you comment on the channel before. Hey, Jeremy, what's going on? And hey, Kenny Palermo. Northwest is going to be years away for us because this US 1 series is going to take a couple of years to complete. So it's going to be a long time before we'll be able to get to the Northwest. It is something we'll probably do at some point because it's a part of the country that I haven't really explored very much. It's just that it's so far away that it's hard for us to get the time off to be able to make a trip that long. We drove Key West to Jacksonville, or just beyond Jacksonville, so we drove almost the entirety of US 1 in Florida. Lost track of where I was. So right now I'm just going through this video here and putting in the cities and counties. PGA Boulevard. That means I've gone too far. Kenny, you know how many subscribers I have. You just said it. Look up a few lines into what you just posted on the comments or in the chat. We're also on Rumble, but we only have like 8 subscribers over there. Doesn't get a whole lot of traffic. But if I ever disappear from YouTube, just go over to Rumble. That's where I'll be, I guess. Back when I was a teenager, I went down to Miro and Violet a lot. We knew somebody down there. So what's next after North Palm Beach? Juneau Ridge. That's barely even a place. Census designated place. Cabana Colony. Google's not very good about putting the municipalities on their map. Yeah, at this point we're only about a third of the way through Florida. Ivan, I'll try to look up your channels. I don't really watch too much in gaming, because I'm not really that much into gaming, but although I do play American Truck Simulator occasionally, and when they open up Louisiana on American Truck Simulator, I will be doing a video or maybe even a live stream, and we'll explore Louisiana on American Truck Simulator and see how well or how badly they did, see if we can see anything that looks familiar. I don't use Google Maps for navigation. I did a lot of work with Waze when they first started up back in 2011, and so even though I'm no longer involved with Waze, I still use Waze for navigation. Town. I-10 closed 2 lanes where? And if I'm slow to respond to your comments, number one, it's either because I wasn't looking up. I got a TV in the background here that I'm reading the comments on, and so I'm not looking at it all the time. So if I miss the comment, it might take me a minute to respond. And there seems to be some latency in the live stream. So I think there's a few seconds in between when you post and or from when I see the comment and when you'll actually hear me respond. There's a little bit of a delay. Okay, in Baton Rouge, where at? On the bridge? Like the Wilkinson Bridge? I've been watching the hurricanes, and yeah, it looks like it's going to go up the east coast of Florida, almost out of reach, but Florida's east coast is going to get a little bit of it. I don't think it's going to be too bad for Florida, though. Hurricane Imelda. And the latest maps they're showing, is it going to let me zoom in on this? Florida's only got, the east coast of Florida's only got a 5 to 10% chance of winds over, or tropical storm force winds. So I don't think it's going to be too bad. Everything seems to be turning back out into the Atlantic this year. And thank God nothing's come into the Gulf. So what is here? Palm Beach Gardens. Okay. Oh, look at that. Palm Beach Gardens is a city and it's huge. Not much of it touches US 1. Okay. Was Hurricane Laura the one that hit Lake Charles? So Juno Ridge. Terrace Avenue and City Park Lake. Oh, I know where you're talking about. We drove through there about a month ago, and it was all torn up. They had a lane closure. Um, I have to go to Baton Rouge tomorrow. That whole area is in pretty bad shape. I was 32 years old when Katrina hit, I think. 31. Yeah, I believe Rita was another one. Didn't that one hit right around the Texas border as well? I want to say Laura and Rita were real close to each other. Um, I mean, everything was overshadowed by Katrina that year, but I remember those other two hurricanes that hit close to each other in time, and I believe they both made landfall around the same place. Juno Ridge, Palm Beach Gardens, both end at Juno Road. So next weekend we're going to be in Gulfport for cruising the coast. So I'm planning on doing a little bit of video there. Universe Boulevard. I went way too far. Which old video from 2016? Hey Jordan, no, we're not going to be doing I-95 northbound. Nobody has any interest in seeing I-95 northbound. We just did I-95 southbound, so that would be a huge waste of time to do that. That's why we're doing US 1. Oh, so you talking about the cam? You talking about the channel trailer? I guess they call it when you first hit the channel, and it shows me driving across the Mississippi River Bridge. And the secret there is I wasn't even driving. I had a delivery guy driving my truck, and I had the dash cam running. And when I decided to make the channel, I just pulled the video from the camera, and I wasn't even the one driving. So that was one of my employees driving. So everything here is addressed North Palm Beach, but this ain't North Palm Beach. So I still follow Bob Breck on Facebook. Bob Breck still makes regular commentary on Facebook about about the current weather, and when there's hurricanes, he still will put his opinion of it up on Facebook, and keep an eye on that because he's still probably the most trusted meteorologist in the New Orleans area. Juno Beach. We started the channel January 6th, 2016. Okay, so what is this here? Universe Boulevard. What's here? Oh, I see, it's Juno Beach. Okay, we'll go with Juno Beach. Yeah, I don't have any idea where Bob Breck lives. Back when I was about, I don't know, I guess 21, 22 years old, I was delivering pizza for a restaurant up in Slidell, and I delivered to John Snell a few times. Juno Beach. And if I'm mumbling to myself, it's just because I'm talking myself through what I'm doing here. Ocean Walk. What you doing up in Mandeville, Cam? Dead Sea Pirate. If by the 401 you're talking about in California, that would be years off before we'd be able to make it out to California. It's just so far from home. Um, if I was going to do anything out there, I'd really like to drive the Pacific Coast Highway. But once again, uh, just getting to California takes days. So it's just kind of out of reach. We just don't have the kind of time to be able to do that. I would love to drive Route 66. Oh, the 401 in Ontario? Yeah, actually, that might happen. Uh, I'd like to cover the QEW and the 401. I haven't been up there since they started requiring passports for getting in and out of Canada. Um, but before we finish US 1, when we get up to the northern end of US 1, we will have passports at that point so we can cross into Canada. And we'll probably cross at the end of US 1 and drive the Canadian side over to Niagara Falls and spend a day there because my wife has never been to Niagara Falls on the Canadian side. She's just seen the shitty New York side that nobody, really wants to see because you don't really get a view of the falls. And yeah, I would like to do some driving around that area. But that's going to be a while as well. That'll be a year or so before we even get anywhere near the northern end of US 1. And once again, just because of where the northern end of US 1 is, that's 12, 14, well, no, it's probably closer to 20 hours away from here. So when we do that, uh, I'm not sure how we're going to do that. I think when we get to the northern parts of US 1, we may have to just fly somewhere and rent a car. And that adds all kinds of complications and additional costs and stuff like that. Um, we are on a budget. The money that I make from this YouTube channel all goes back into the channel for the travel, and that we have to kind of watch how much money we spend on that kind of thing. So, but we will be doing that. That's something that I do intend to finish. Nova Scotia would be interesting as a half Cajun. That's where my people came from at some point. So uh, it'd be interesting to tour Eastern Canada. Let's see. So what am I doing here? Yeah, that's interesting having at-grade railroad crossings on major freeways. That's not something that we see here. I think it does exist somewhere in the United States, but it's just like one place. I got a fan blowing directly on me and it's making my eyes dry out. Yeah, this is past Palm Beach. We're in Palm Beach County, so um, wait, is there actually a Palm Beach or is there just... We've been through West Palm Beach and North Palm Beach. And I don't know why West Palm Beach is called West Palm Beach because there's nothing really east of Palm Beach. Oh no, Palm Beach is out on the Barrier Island. US 1 doesn't go through there. You would have to take A1A to go through Palm Beach. So we did not go through Palm Beach. We were talking about maybe over the Thanksgiving holiday heading down to, I guess, to Miami and try to drive some sections of A1A. but I don't know if we're going to have time to do that. That takes a long time too. Miami's a very long haul from New Orleans. So yeah, it took us 3 days to drive from Key West to Jacksonville, and that was mostly because it was still wintertime, so we only had about 7 good hours of daylight. You know, where the lighting was right for being able to film. Donald Ross Road. Still got a ways to go here. Yeah, A1A. That's the only reason why anybody's ever heard of A1A, because of Vanilla Ice. Or at least anybody outside of Florida. I had never been to Miami until last year, so. But I'm from the Vanilla Ice generation, so I think I was a senior in high school. There we go. What are they building where? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what you were looking at when you said what are they building there, so I don't know. Uh, until last year, Tampa was the furthest south I had ever been. We actually had gone to Tampa last, well, I guess that's 7 or 8 years ago to buy a car, which we no longer have. But I also went to Tampa as a teenager to visit a relative. Okay, what is this area here called? Jupiter. I think that is Jupiter. Right here. Highway 2. What's Highway 2? And what county is Jupiter in? Northernmost town in Palm Beach County, so we're still in Palm Beach. Actually, I think they named the planet after the town. I'm not sure about that though. Oh, the at-grade railroad crossing. Let's see. Yeah, facts on Wikipedia are not necessarily factual. Moncton, Moncton. New Brunswick. Okay, we're looking at Moncton. Oh boy, that's almost like the eastern edge of Canada without getting into Nova Scotia. So which highway are we talking about? See a roundabout with railroad tracks through it. Except, no, they're not at grade. Yeah, I still have that disclaimer uh, in the description of every regular video. Okay, so exit 459. Let's see. On Highway 2. Okay, 454. Google's terrible about putting, okay, 459, there we go. Right here. Look at that. How does US to have two routes, New England and the Midwest and the West? Oh, US 2 is split. It's, I mean, it's really two different highways, but, oh, there it is. That's the Canadian crossbucks, and the railroad doesn't have railroad crossing on it. It's just got a red outline. That's interesting. So yeah, US Highway 2 is interrupted, I guess you could call it. We drove part of it. We went up to the northern end of US 11, and okay, where is it? No, not Maine, New York. So yeah, US 2 ends here, or the western terminus of the eastern part of US 2 is here in New York, just north of the, well, actually at pretty much at the de facto northern terminus of US 11. You can't go past this point right here unless you plan to cross the border. So that's as far north as we got in US 11. So then US 2 picks up somewhere in Wisconsin, maybe? But there's actually an interstate that does that as well, and there's other US highways that end and then start up somewhere else and have no real association with each other than they have the same number, but not within the same state. So it's separate enough that it doesn't cause any confusion. Now, talking about U.S. highways getting crossed by rail, that's not that uncommon. I've seen 6-lane U.S. highways that have at-grade rail crossing, but it's not like an interstate having an at-grade rail crossing. I don't know if that exists anywhere. Now, US 11 has a grade separated rail crossing where the train track goes over the highway, but the highway is only 1 lane wide, and we actually have that on video. It's just south of Chattanooga. Okay, US 2. Okay, US 2 picks up here, I guess. At I-75. And boy, that thing meanders all over the place. That would be an interesting drive. Goes through Minot. Does it end at Minot? No. Here it is. So it runs concurrent with 52. Then it breaks loose. And I guess it goes through Williston. Oh no, yeah it did. Did it? Yeah, it did. It's pretty mountainous here. I've never driven I-94 in Michigan. I've driven I-94 from, I guess, north of Chicago. Well, actually, Chicago. Well, yeah, just north of Chicago all the way to the Montana border. And it looks like US 2 ends at I-5 in Everett, Washington. Anyway, if we go back up to North Dakota, we may very well drive I-94 in Montana or something like that. Um, I still have a sister-in-law in Bismarck, and my father-in-law is buried in Dickinson, North Dakota. So I'm sure at some point we will go back up there. But once again, that's just so far away. We'd have to fly to Bismarck is what we'd have to do and rent a car. And then, you know, if my wife's going to visit her sister or whatever, I'd probably go out on my own and drive. But it's just Montana is such a huge state that probably wouldn't be practical. But yeah, for right now, we're just going to concentrate on getting US 1 done. Because US 1 is a long, slow drive. It's going to take us a long time to do that. So in Jupiter, we're going to cross the Loxahatchee River. Wait, this can't be right. A1A is inland of US 1? Yeah, it is. That's interesting. Yeah, I'd like to do US 20. It's going to take us. It's going to take us a year just to get the video shot, I'm sure. But actually, it's going to take us longer than a year because there's going to be a year from when we finish Florida before we resume filming. So right now, just to finish Florida, I've got enough video probably to make it to like April. If I can't make it to Mardi Gras on the video material that I have right now, we may have to do some kind of an interim series to fill in. Uh, but I'm figuring probably more like 2 or 3 years to finish US 1. Where's this river at? Yeah, that was what I was considering, Jeremy, was to fill in the gap. But if we run out of material before I can film more of US 1, um, we still haven't done US 71 in Louisiana, and there's a couple of other ones that we haven't filmed, and I would like to get those on the channel, so that might happen. Ocean Boulevard, A1A. Ocean Boulevard? So what? Is there a concurrency? Lighthouse. When we planned this trip out, this section of US 1 was closed, and we thought that we weren't going to be able to drive it, but it was actually open when we got there. Whoops. Beach Road. To Cuesta. No, I think what happens here is A1A gets away from... I don't know. I don't know if this is even correct. A1A typically disappears when it hits US 1. I don't know why this is labeled A1A here, unless it was a temporary designation, but because this is A1A over here, and it says Jimmy Buffett Memorial Highway, which is what all of A1A has been designated in Florida. I don't think this is A1A. I think that Google Maps is just screwed up as usual. To Cuesta. So yeah, if you want to get a better see what Bing Maps has to say. Except where am I? Well, this says A1A here, and this says A1A. And this is Old Dixie Highway. I don't know what the deal is here. unless there's a bypass or something. How far does this go? County Line Road. Okay, so I guess that's the end of Palm Beach County. Trying to move through Google Maps is a very slow process. I'm about to sneeze. Oh, excuse me. There's a US 1 sign after almost every major intersection along here. You just got to keep an eye out for it. County Line Road. So where do we go from here? Jonathan Dickinson State Park. Hobie Sound. Oh, there's no US 1 sign yet because I do the cities first. Then I go back and I do the route. So once I get done with the cities, I'll start over at the beginning and put up the route, which is just going to be the US 1 and any highways that run concurrent with it, which only happens a few times in Florida, and the highway name, which is federal highway most of the way, but there's a few exceptions to that when you drive through cities. Okay, now we're in Martin County. So yeah, that'll be the next thing. I probably won't get to that today. So here we hit Martin County. And we're in an unincorporated area here. I've appeared in a few videos, mostly in mirrors and hotels. I've appeared on other YouTube channels, such as This is Dan Bell and Nick Johnson. I did a rather lengthy interview with Nick Johnson. And I believe I might have appeared on the Roadway Wiz channel in a Zoom type conversation with some other road geeks. Now, what was Arlington, Virginia? Was it was it one of those Where in the World is 504 road trips? Shorts, that would have been Abingdon, Virginia. Martin County. And really, if you see the heart on the comment, that means that I read the comment most of the time. I can't reply to every comment because I get hundreds of comments a week, which is bound to happen when you have almost 2,000 videos. The heart means that I read the comment. So if you're wondering if I read the comment, if you got the heart, yep, I read the comment. Because you can't, if I thumbs it up, if I hit the thumbs up, you can't tell who did that. But if I hit the heart, you'll know it's me. So I don't want people to think I don't read the comments, because I do. Although I do miss some of them, so YouTube hides comments from me sometimes, and I haven't really figured out why. Uh, a signed shout out in a video 2 uploads ago. Jeremy, I have no idea what you mean by that. A signed shout out. Was that the channel member shout out? Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, I noticed that. That hasn't gone live yet, so only channel members have seen that one. But yeah, I saw that, and I had the feeling you were going to comment on that. Jupiter Island, Hobie Sound. I don't know if anybody else watches On Patrol Live, which comes on the Reels channel, like Reels, Reelz on cable. But we're going to be passing through Daytona Beach. That'll be on the third day of filming, and I'm probably going to start doing screen captures from On Patrol Live because we noticed last night, well, actually, it was Friday night's episode, that they were at one of the little motels on US 1. So I think when I go through Daytona Beach, I'm going to do some As Made Famous by On Patrol Live and put the screen captures up on the videos. That's still a good ways away, but if you watch On Patrol Live, they actually have a couple of different police departments they follow that US 1 runs through on Florida's East Coast. Now we didn't stop in Daytona. We stopped for the night in Cocoa Beach, and that was we didn't stop at all in Daytona. I would have liked to have gone to see more of Daytona, uh, especially if they would have had one of their car shows going on or something like that, because they have stuff like that almost every weekend. A lot of it involves motorcycles, which isn't of a huge interest to me, but when they have the classic cars out, that's what I like to see. Even though I don't have a classic car anymore. But yeah, if I went to Daytona, I probably would go to the Motorsports Museum because that would be something interesting. Okay, now I gotta figure out where this is. Right. How expensive what rents are, Cam? You talking about in Florida? It costs a fortune to live in Florida. Maybe if I win the lottery. Yeah, this is the first rural area that we've hit on US 1 since the Keys. Um, Now, as you get further north, there's more of it, but you got to look at how far. $162 for what? Is that for a hotel room? So we're a third of the way, pretty much up the coast of Florida, not counting the Keys, and this is the first rural area that we've hit. And it's just a short rural area, and it's because it's a state park. Um, yeah, now that we're out of Broward County, I would say we're out of the Miami area here. So yeah, $162 for a hotel room isn't really that unusual these days. Hotel rooms, there's, I mean, unless you want to stay in a flea bag motel, um, hotel prices have really gotten out of hand over the last 5 years. I think it started with the pandemic. A lot of hotels lost a lot of money during the pandemic because people weren't traveling, and I guess they're still trying to make up for it. And once people get used to paying that kind of money for a hotel room, they're not going to reduce the prices. So hotels are expensive. We typically won't stay in anything, the lowest end hotel we'll stay in is a Hampton Inn, just because, when we travel, I don't want to deal with bed bugs and crackheads banging on the door in the middle of the night. I have experienced both before. Um, so Hampton Inn's probably the worst hotel we're going to stay at, and Hampton Inn's a pretty decent hotel. But trying to find a room at a Hampton Inn for less than $150 a night is impossible. So when I ended the Florida Turnpike, how did it take 2 weeks to make a new video? Well, because I was doing exactly what I'm doing here right now. When I do a day's worth of filming, I go through the whole thing and I put the cities in, then I go back and put the routes in, the street names and the highway shields in, and then I go back and put all the cross streets in. That takes 2 to 3 weeks sometimes for me to get through this. So like I just uploaded the last video from March 2nd yesterday, I guess, or it might have been Friday, and that won't go live until October 24th, I think. But it's going to take me a couple of weeks to go through this before I'll be able to put up the first video from March 3rd. And for regular viewers who aren't channel members, the videos still come up every 3 days. But for channel members, they won't see a new video for 2 weeks. Or a week. It might be a week. It depends on how quickly I get through it. So no, the Florida Turnpike is not an interstate. Um, the Florida Turnpike is a private road owned by the state of Florida, or actually, I think by the Florida Turnpike Commission. Um, but it's a tollway, and all maintenance for the Florida Turnpike or Florida's Turnpike um, is paid for by the tolls, and that's pretty much the case with most turnpikes. And when you get up in the Northeast, you'll see tolled interstates. Um, that's not something you'll see that much down south, because unless the tollway existed prior to the interstate, you're not going to see tolls on an interstate. Now, when you get into Texas, there's tolls on I-10, but it's just on the express lanes. You can drive all of I-10 in Texas without paying a toll. And I'm pretty sure it's the same with I-35 going up north. And I may be wrong about some of the details on that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Pennsylvania's turnpike, or the Pennsylvania Turnpike, existed before the interstates that follow it now, and that's the reason why they're tolled. Now, I guess if they decided they wanted to put an interstate along Florida's turnpike, they would be able to continue collecting tolls on it, and they would just get an interstate designation. Okay, now I can't remember where I'm going. Heritage Boulevard. So yeah, the final step in making these master videos for the entire day's worth of filming is the longest, because for every numbered highway or traffic light that we cross, I'll put down the name of the street or the highway number, and there could literally be 300 or 400 of them that we cross over the course of a day's filming. So that takes a long time to put that part together. Another thing I might do, and somebody had requested this, and I wasn't going to do it because the Florida's Turnpike was only like 4, 5, 6 videos, something like that. But I think I am going to put together a compilation of the entire Turnpike at higher speed in one video. You know, like the whole Turnpike in an hour or whatever. I think I am going to put one of those together for the Turnpike. Heritage Boulevard, here we go. So what, unincorporated? Alright, we'll call this unincorporated Martin County. US 1 is longer than Interstate 95 by like 100 miles. US 1 goes, no, it's more than 100 miles. It's probably several hundred miles, because US 1 goes much further south than 95 does, and then it goes well beyond the northern terminus of I-95, because it heads kind of west along the Canadian border in Maine before it ends. Branch. I'm looking for. Oh wait, Dixie Highway. Oh, this is all screwed up. I'm following Dixie Highway instead of so what is this? Stewart. Nope, not Stewart. Port Salerno, unincorporated community. So I'm just going to call this Port Salerno once we get there. Alright, I guess I'm looking for Cumberland Farms. You weren't born in 2016, Cam? this it? This is it. How old are you, Cam? I thought you said you were, you're only 7 years old? I never would have guessed you were only 7 years old, Cam. Wow. 'Wait till you're 52. So do you run the videos on 2 times speed, or you just wait for me to run it on 2 times speed? Because US 1 up to this point is mostly going to be on 1 time speed because there's so much to see. Southeast Salerno Road. I'll tell you what, Cam is very intelligent for 7 years old with his knowledge of the highways. Gotta say that. Oops, I forgot to trim out a traffic light. Florida has some long traffic lights. I've noticed on a lot of these lights I'm trimming out 2 minutes worth of just stopped at traffic lights. And it's like that throughout all this entire day's worth of filming. Cam, there's nothing for you to be sorry about. It's great that you're interested in highway, whoops, in highways and travels at your age. And it's good that you're learning about it while you're young. So when you're old enough to start driving and getting out, when you get older and you're able to get out and see the country, you'll know where you're going. So I was very much like that at that age. I would sit and look at the atlas. Of course, now, we don't really use atlases anymore because this is the 21st century, but I was always pretty fascinated with maps. You may ask yourself, where does that highway lead to? Yeah, Jeremy, that stack at Airline and Causeway, is like 70 years old. And that was pretty ancient. I mean, that's pretty ancient technology now. That flying roundabout. Oh yeah, Cam, you got snow on your birthday. That's right. That's January. You said January 28th, didn't you? That's something you may never experience again in your life. So I'll tell you what, I waited 51 years to see snow like that in the New Orleans area. Oh, January 22nd. So that was the snow day. Stewart. Oh, come on. Yeah, Jeremy, you weren't here this year in January, were you? Now we had snow on Christmas Eve, I think. Christmas Eve 2004 we had snow. But it wasn't anything like what we got this year. Southeast Grand Parkway. There's Mason Wright. How you doing, Mason? You'll be 24 in October, huh? Well, getting in them big numbers. The snow in 2007 must not have gotten as far down south as where I am. Southeast Monroe Street. I'm lost here. Way too far. Grand Parkway. Oh, there's a sign. Florida is not good about signing, you know, like with a green sign telling you when you're entering the city limits of the next city. But they have stuff like this right here, Stewart. Oops. I've seen flurries quite a bit. I mean, you know, anytime we had a cold winter, we'd see flurries, but the flurries never would even, no snow would ever materialize on the ground. You just see it in the air if you shined a light up in the air or stood under a street light. I don't count flurries as snow. It's got to at least accumulate on the ground. This is a mess here. North River Shores. Unincorporated area. We'll ignore that. I'm just going to say this is the end of Stewart. Why did I turn on the Interstate 65 instead of keep going on Interstate 10 when? As far as I know, the I-10 series went all the way to Florida. If it was the I-10 series, we didn't turn north on I-65. Unless that was where we ended it. I really don't remember. Let's see, I-10. So I guess we were going somewhere up north and we just filmed I-10 east to where we turned off. No, the live stream we were headed to Atlanta was this past year. This is several years ago. Yeah, the furthest east we went on I-10 east, this is 5 years ago, was Mobile. I didn't even realize that. I really need to, just next time we go east, like when we go to Jacksonville, if we do it in daylight, I'm going to try to film I'll try to film from
one of the Gulf Coast cultural centers.
Let's see. From New Orleans to Jacksonville, I guess. The problem is when we do that, we're probably going to leave after dark. But maybe when we get to, maybe we'll leave after dark, because we usually try to do that to get a head start. So maybe if we do that, we'll stop in Mobile, and then I could film from Mobile to Jacksonville.
10 videos for now, but we'll be back to cover more of I-10 in the future. Thanks for watching.
I don't remember where we were going when I filmed that. If there was a date on that. May 24th, 2019. Yeah, I have no idea why we did it that way. I think I just had the footage, so I went ahead and included it. Because you would think I would have all of I-10 at least to Jacksonville, but I don't. Yeah, the filming dates on the beginning of every video, or at least going back at least 5 or 6 years, I've been doing it that way. Yeah, it really sucks to break down when you're on a schedule. Yeah, I tried doing the shorts thing, but it messes up the analytics so bad that, uh, I mean, it brought in a lot of views, but they're worthless views, unfortunately. Um, I'd seen, and everything about YouTube's algorithm is in theory because they don't actually tell you anything about how they do things, but somebody had theorized that putting up shorts would bring more views to the channel and stuff like that, and so I tried it out, and all of a sudden I was getting an extra 20 or 30,000 views a month, which you would think would be good for the channel, but it doesn't. Um, it doesn't really help the channel that much, so I stopped doing the shorts. Now, yeah, if I see something weird crossing the road, some sort of, I still don't know what that was crossing the road on US 11 in Syracuse, but yeah, I would still do shorts with that. I wanted to do a short of the Bahia Honda Bridge in the Keys. I don't know if that was a trash bag or what. I mean, it looked like it was more solid than a trash bag just blowing across the road. And I don't remember seeing it. Oh, tumbleweave. I don't remember actually seeing it in person when we were in the car, and I listened to the audio from the raw video, and it didn't. It didn't actually mention. We didn't talk about it. Like, what the hell is that crossing the road? So we didn't notice it until I was editing the video. I would imagine there's going to be a bridge over St. Lucie River. Up there it is. Yeah, that was a snail. It was a really big snail. It was the size of a small dog. And it wasn't a dog. Okay, Wright Boulevard. Not that. That. Okay. Is that what it was, Jeremy? You saw the thing on the video and pointed it out to me, and and then I made the short. I don't remember now. Yeah, we talked about US 17 during the I-95 series. I think we hit it a couple of times. All entry. Well, where is... where is that? Oh, come on. Jensen Beach, what? Oh, I'm way past it. Oh, Chester, that's where you are now. That's 1.5 lanes, really. That's similar to what US 11 does just south of Chattanooga. All entry. Oh, there it is. Hello, Masked Master 13. Ever been to Panama City? No, I've never been to Panama City. That's something we would hit along US 98. We've never gotten that far. Jensen Beach Boulevard, okay. And then Port St. Lucie. What? Florida's border outline is a dolphin? I always thought it looked like a snake, with this being the eye of the snake. Yeah, I don't see that as a dolphin. Sorry. Uh-oh, St. Lucie County. Where does that start? After Jensen Beach, okay. Northeast corner of Florida is the Fin. Fin spelled with a PH, okay. What do I have to do? Rotate it sideways? Nope, I don't see a dolphin, sorry. I just thought it was a snake head. Oh, my camera quit working, didn't it? That's weird. Jensen Beach. Wonder if we're going to see what in the members video. Oh, Del Taco is out of business, it looks like. Port St. Lucie Boulevard. Okay, it's too far. I don't know what channel you're talking about, Cam. I only have one channel. Here we go. Right there. You can tell when you cross the county line because the road changes. Which channel are you talking about, Jeremy? Is that Control City Freak? Yeah, he comments on my videos every once in a while. I haven't seen anything from him in a while, um, and I haven't seen his videos related to Louisiana. That's a tough question, Mike. That's Michael Rivera there. Uh, One of our top commenters on this channel and longtime channel member. But which pre-U.S. highway system auto trail has interested you the most in your opinion? I really don't have an answer for that. They're so difficult to follow. Um, that's just something I haven't gotten that far, you know, into enough to really be able to answer that question. St. Lucie. While I'm at it, I do want to thank our channel members. We have Jeremy WC and McRivers here. Uh, I think that's all. There might be more, but if they are, they haven't commented. But if you want to become a channel member, you can do so for as little as $1 a month and get early access to our regular videos. So that's our plug for the day. And sometimes we do members only live streams. So you're a channel member, you might get exclusive access to certain live streams. Yeah, the plane on the thumbnail for this video that was as we drove under Fort Lauderdale Hollywood Airport. We caught a plane taking off, and that's actually going to be in the last video of March 2nd's filming. I just thought it was a cool picture, and I did add a little bit of embellishment in Photoshop because the plane wasn't quite that close. Well, Cam, it's okay. You don't have to become a member. You can still see the videos as they come out. That's not something, you know. I know you're too young to have a credit card to be able to do that, and that's fine. We do appreciate our channel members. But we don't. That's just something, you know, if you can do that and that's what you want to do, that's fine. But for the most part, even if you're not a member, you'll see the majority of our content. Savannah Club Boulevard. This is... I've got to have gone beyond this. Another thing they don't have is mile markers on US 1. The last mile marker I saw was coming out of the Keys, just before Florida City, I think. Okay, so that's an interesting question from Michael Rivera. Did you find US 41's oddball east-west signage in Miami interesting, being one of only 3 odd-numbered routes to go through these types of quirks? Odd-numbered routes, okay. I was going to say, because US 98 also becomes, which should be an east-west highway, becomes a north-south highway in Florida. And then there's another one that we've encountered multiple times that goes from is it 52? US 52 flips back and forth between north, south, and east, west as it makes its way down somewhere around here. I don't remember exactly where it goes, but it's somewhere in the Carolinas, I think. I never noticed that most of those are even numbered. Never really paid that much attention to it. Now, interesting that US 35 has that quirk, while I-35 has the quirk of the east and west branches through, through Dallas and then Minneapolis. Which I realize there's no connection between I-35 and US 35 except for the number. Alright, where am I at? Port St. Lucie. Start over here because I think I missed it. Cam, you may be right about US 52. I don't remember exactly where, but we've covered parts of that, and we've encountered that one over and over again. Saw it in North Dakota. It runs along I-94. It runs at least across US 61. It crosses US 11. It crosses I-95. Crosses I-81. Oops. Port St. Lucie Boulevard. Okay. Sorry, I'm lost here. Port St. Lucie Boulevard. Gate and Tiffany, that's here. Veterans Memorial Parkway. Walton Road. Village Green Drive. Savannah Club. Okay, I went too far. US 33. Have I encountered US 33 anywhere else? I mean, it seems like I must have, but I don't remember. So I guess there's nothing between. Oh. River Park, census designated place. On the downtown Miami video, we only covered 2 miles because we were moving very, very slowly. There's a lot of traffic. And as we approached the drawbridge in downtown Miami, the drawbridge was up. It actually took us almost 45 minutes to cover that 2 miles. We cut a lot of it out because we sat there stopped for most of the time. River Park. This is getting complicated. Usually the city part is the quickest part. The only part of US 84 we've covered was between Natchez. I don't even know if we did video of that. It was just between Natchez and I-55. I don't remember now. So yeah, elevated metro rail line was interesting. Unfortunately, we couldn't really see that much of it from the car. I saw more of it just from editing the video than anything else. Brookhaven, yeah, you're right, Brookhaven on I-55. I actually bought a car in Brookhaven one time. Prima Vista Boulevard. Here we go. Rio Mar Drive. Rio Mar. I'll tell you what, 95 was a breeze. The worst part of 95 was through New York City, which y'all didn't even see my video through New York City because the camera froze up. It took us like 4 hours just to get through the Bronx. Is that the Bronx? I guess that's the Bronx. But yeah, just to get from... Oh, hell, I gotta look at a map now. Yeah, that is the Bronx. So to get from here, not to River Park, Florida. Yeah, this is 5.8 miles here. The camera froze up somewhere around this area here. So, I guess around 3 miles. 4 miles. So to cover that 4 miles took several hours. It was actually like stopped. And we would stop in one place for 10-15 minutes. And so the camera, I guess, overheated. It was raining the whole time. I really had to go to the bathroom, and there was no place to stop. I mean, you know, you could take one of the exits, but then you're like in an inner city area, you know, where you can't just go walk into a store and ask to use the bathroom. You can't really do that anywhere in New York City. They don't let you use the bathroom. Yeah, that was a pretty miserable drive, and I guess we just hit it at the wrong time. But even right now, 3.9 miles in 18 minutes, that's actually pretty quick. But I mean, look at all the red here. It's just, it's crazy how much traffic they have there. And so I asked Dan, Roadway Whiz, uh, if he had footage of that. And he said he didn't have anything recent, but he'd go out and drive it. So he went out on a Sunday morning when there was no traffic and drove that section, and I just asked him to narrate the video. So that's how that came to be. Um, we did have some handheld video of the George Washington Bridge, but I never did put that up since Dan had contributed his video. So he pretty much covered all of New York City, and I wanted him to narrate the video anyway because he knows a lot more of the intricacies of New York City than I do. I've been there, half a dozen times, but I don't know. I didn't feel like I was qualified to narrate that video. Forget where I am, River Park. You have no interest in going to New York City? I really don't anymore either. Um, Lake Vista Trail, okay. Oops. Wait a minute, what county are we in? St. Lucie County. Yeah, Philadelphia, I've driven through a few times now, but I've never gotten off the interstate in Philadelphia. There's a couple of things I'd like to see there, but um, at this point, I may not ever make it back up there. I doubt that I would ever go there as a destination, so I would have to be going through there, and then I would have to stop. Um, Chicago. We went through Chicago. When was it? That was it was like July 3rd of 2021, and we drove up to the north end of I-55, and we cut through Chicago, and that was a particularly violent time in Chicago. And I was looking at crime stats later on, and while we were in the Chicago city limits, which was only for about an hour, there were like 5 homicides. Um, and that's New Orleans is a pretty violent place, but not like that. I was kind of shocked about that. And the way people drive in places like Chicago, I was nervous driving in Chicago. If you go back and look at my video of I-55 up into Chicago, I was in the middle lane, and I just stayed there. I didn't change lanes. People drive crazy, and I don't know whether it's because I'm getting older or whether it's because people are driving crazier. But I felt the same way in Miami, and there was freeways we drove in Miami. Actually, I guess there were tollways that we were driving in Miami that didn't make the YouTube channel. And I guess it doesn't help when you don't know where you're going. So I'm really concentrating on getting to where I'm supposed to go and not have to be one of those out of town idiots, crossing 5 lanes of traffic to make an exit. So, when I'm concentrating on going the correct way without annoying the locals, their bad driving seems amplified. So I don't like the urban driving like that. And if I'm going to get out and explore a city that I'm not familiar with, it's got to be like on a Sunday morning when there's no traffic. Let's see. This is pretty desolate looking here. Right under the power lines. Right there. So we got White City on the left and Indian River Estates on the right. Yeah, Atlanta, well, the last time I drove through Atlanta, traffic was moving and I got really confused and I thought I was missing an exit and I was wrong. So I wound up diving into stop traffic to take an exit that I didn't need to take. And I think that was during a live stream. That was kind of embarrassing. White City and Indian River Estates. So anyway, whenever we go, wherever we go next, which I think we're going to go somewhere for Thanksgiving. And what I'll probably do is let Carrie drive, and then I'll handle the camera and do the live stream. Because I like doing live streams when we're on these trips. But Carrie doesn't like holding the camera. She'd rather drive while I'm doing the live stream. So I think we're going to try to do that a little bit more. There's something in St. Augustine I bet would catch your attention, the eastern end of the Old Spanish Auto Trail. When we get to St. Augustine, we actually doubled back and covered the US 1 business route. So we actually covered quite a bit of St. Augustine on that trip. So there's going to be an extra video there. And I'm assuming that we'll see the eastern end of the Old Spanish Trail. East Midway Road, okay. Midway. Is there more than one Midway Road? Yeah, Indiana and Ohio, I've almost completely avoided Indiana my entire life. In reality, I've only been through Indiana on a train, and I only count that as having been there because I got off on a platform, uh, while we were going through Indiana. So I have actually put my feet on the ground in Indiana. Ohio. Once we complete the US 1 series and then go to Niagara Falls, the route home, the fastest route home from there would have a considerable portion of the drive in Ohio, and we'll probably film that. So that's when we'll probably see Ohio. So when I did the Louisiana Highway series, that was just something that I put together as I covered the Louisiana highways. And we've done Louisiana highways as recent as a couple of years. Well, actually, probably in the last, well, no, it's probably been a couple of years since I've added to that one. And like I said earlier, exploring the West is much more difficult than exploring the East just because it takes so long to get there. It takes so long to get there from home. So if getting there eats up all the time that we have, then we don't really have any time for filming. So yeah, that's right. The new highway in Bogalusa would be the most, well, that's not really, well, not the one in Bogalusa, the one south of, what is it, Bush, Talasheek. But yeah, that is the most recent one, and I need to get back out there and film that again now that they've opened phase 2, but maybe I'll just wait for phase 3 at this point, because I'm late on that one. $32.41. I can never remember those 4-digit numbers. I guess if you counted the whole of the highway, of the new highway and the highway up to Bogalusa, you could call it the Bogalusa Highway, even though it's got different numbers. I used to drive the highway between Bush and the Mississippi border there on a pretty regular basis, although it's been several years now. They have a prison up there. Boy, talk about a messed up border here. Fort Pierce. So I'm guessing Fort Pierce and White City are battling it out over who gets the sales tax revenue. Now these are, well, Fort Pierce is a pretty big city. White City is a little bitty place. Indian River Estates isn't even really a city, it's just a CDP. More like a neighborhood. Here's how I'm going to handle this, just for simplicity's sake. Ulrich Road. I know I saw that. Midway. Okay. We're just going to call this Fort Pierce here. Now be aware that when I do the cities, I usually try to be pretty accurate with the with switching the city name where we hit the border. But when you have a convoluted mess like this, I'm not going to be switching back and forth between the two cities every block. The vast majority of this is Fort Pierce. There's little pockets here that are White City, and I'm guessing it's just because they wanted to collect the sales tax or property tax revenue on this little neighborhood here, or this little shopping center or whatever. Norfolk Southern acquired Union Pacific? Well, I mean, it's not really gerrymandering. That's usually for political purposes. But I mean, I've seen it as close to, a mile or two from where I live, where an incorporated city will grab a piece of unincorporated land so they can, collect the sales tax revenue from it. Next thing you know, a hotel's going up on that property. And when you're in the city limits, you're paying both parish taxes and city taxes. Well, for mayoral elections, where I've seen it, there's no like residences. It's just for like commercial properties, so that wouldn't affect the mayoral election, but it does affect the sales tax and property tax revenue that the city gets to bring in. But what you have here is Fort Pierce is an incorporated city. White City is not. Okay, White City is a census designated place, so I'm guessing that Fort Pierce annexed little bits and pieces of the unincorporated area known as White City for the tax revenue. Because White City being an unincorporated area, they're not collecting any sales tax revenue or property tax revenue. That's the county. But it's kind of like gerrymandering, just for a different purpose. Fort Pierce South. Oh my God, so there's a Fort Pierce South. That's a CDP as well. That's not a, well, that's a mess. So yeah, we're just going to call this Fort Pierce from here on. It's probably the postal address for all these places anyway. Well, Cocoa is the furthest point north that I went on US 1 on this filming day, so that's where this whole master video ends. And Cocoa from here is way up here. So yeah, we got a long ways to go. This is only halfway through the video. So the bright line just goes to Orlando. It doesn't go anywhere north of Orlando. Somebody asked earlier about Alligator Alley. Um, we drove I-75. The first time we went to the Keys, we drove I-75, which is called Alligator Alley. There's also a U.S. highway that goes out there that's far more desolate, although I'll tell you what, I-75 through here is probably the most desolate interstate I've ever been on. There's literally nothing along this whole section here. And this is 55 miles. There's a couple of rest areas. Maybe there's just, no, there's a couple of rest areas and not much else. Now, there's also US 41, which is a 2-lane highway, and this is the real Alligator Alley as far as I'm concerned. And this is even more desolate than that road south of Florida City, you know, when you first going into the Keys, because, oh, that's interesting. This is, I guess, somebody's house off here in the woods. Yep, it sure is. That's like off the grid. There's a campground here. But from what I understand, that they'll have, you know, alligators in the road and stuff. Looks like there are a few things along this road. I would like to drive this one day. I wouldn't do it in an older car that has any chance of breaking down. And I don't even know if I would do it in my Honda because it doesn't have a spare tire. Tippy's Outpost, temporarily closed. I noticed 5 years after the pandemic, there's still a lot of things that say temporarily closed, and I wonder if that's as a result of the pandemic, and if at this point they're ever going to reopen again. At least they have cell service out here. Here's a little neighborhood. Look at that. Who lives here? Mikusuki Admin Building. I wonder... Oh, I wonder if this is like tribal land or something like that. It is. Mikusuki Indian Village. No kidding. This is kind of interesting. The only other Indian village I've ever been through was in Cherokee, North Carolina, and we stopped and went through some of the little stores, and they sell a lot of crafts and stuff like that. This is not Miami. This is west of Miami. Miami's way over here, but this is... Let's see. Well, it's 35 miles west of Miami. This actually would be a really interesting drive. 60-mile-an-hour speed limit on a little 2-lane highway, too. Thought Texas was the only place they did that. I'm surprised at the number of houses they have out here. Airstrip. And an even more desolate road is this one right here. Doesn't even look like it's paved. Looks like it's just hard packed gravel. I don't think I would drive that in my Honda. Now, I would have thought the Cherokees in Oklahoma would be more traditional than the ones in North Carolina. The ones in North Carolina live a very modern life, and they have a casino. You know, I don't know. I don't really know how they are in Oklahoma. There's a gas station out here at least. I've never played multiplayer truck simulators. It's just something I do to kill time sometimes when I get tired of editing videos. 90% of what I do on the computer is just while I'm sitting in front of the TV anyway. You know, I'll watch TV for a couple hours at night and I always have the laptop on, and that's when I edit video. But if I don't feel like editing video, I might play American Truck Simulator. There's a new one called Drive Beyond Horizons that's still kind of in development, and I bought that on sale from Steam. And you're in a post-apocalyptic desert, and you have to like put a car together so you can drive along this desert road that never ends, and there's zombies that'll attack you sometimes. But it's called Drive Beyond Horizons. I'd pull it up here, but for some reason it tends to crash my computer, so. I've ever found US 17 to be interesting. I haven't really driven any part of US 17 to be interested in it yet. At some point I might. Where is Fort Pierce? All right. When am I going to play GeoGuessr? I don't know. I haven't played GeoGuessr in a while. I played it on my phone a couple of times recently, but I don't know. Maybe next weekend I'll be out of town next weekend, but at some point I'll pull up GeoGuessr and do a live stream. Yeah, like I said, when they do the Louisiana DLC on American Truck Simulator, I will do either a video or a live stream. I'm not sure I've got an issue with this computer where I don't know whether it's because it gets hot or what, but it'll just suddenly shut down and reboot. And I don't think it's ever happened playing American Truck Simulator, but I may not be able to do a live stream because of that. Uh, I'll have to experiment with it, but when Louisiana is released, I will be doing a video pretty quickly or a live stream. So just keep an eye out for that. I have no idea when they're going to release it. They don't have an ETA on that. Now, I've got a few mods for ATS that are supposed to make it more realistic. I've tried some, there's like one that makes it sound more like a real truck, but there's others that don't. There's some that affect the way things look that are supposed to make things look better, but they don't. I've played around with that a little bit. But so far with American Truck Simulator, the vast majority of what they have as far as maps goes is places that I haven't been. Which is mostly the West. I mean, I've been there, but I haven't been there extensively. Orange Avenue. Sunrise, Virginia. Yeah, they include a bunch of little weird towns, that aren't huge cities that people have never heard of. You got to head out, Cam. Good talking to you. Thank you for joining us. I wasn't aware they'd included the causeway. I thought, I don't remember seeing that in any of the snapshots that they provided. I know they include the Crescent City connection, which takes you into the area that I grew up in on the West Bank. I assumed Enid was a little bitty town. I have no idea where I am. Okay, Avenue A. I gotta figure out where the end of Fort Pierce is. So, Jeremy, did you live in Enid? I've never really known anybody that lived in Oklahoma other than we had a guy, C.D. Riley, that was a regular commenter on this channel from day one. He lived in Oklahoma City. Oh, you were born there, okay. But yeah, CD actually came to New Orleans several years ago. He was almost completely blind, so he wasn't able to drive anymore. But he was able to see, the videos well enough to be able to travel virtually. numbered streets. I also was born in New Orleans. Roadclahoma. I've never heard of Roadclahoma. I'll have to look for that, see what they do. Why are there no street signs here? Seaway Drive A1A. Is that this? Yeah, I only actually lived in the city of New Orleans from 1993 to 1995. Yeah, that's the only time I ever actually officially had a New Orleans address. I do own a home in New Orleans, but I've never actually lived there. Alright, now I know where I am. No, I haven't posted any videos going through Boca Raton yet because that's in this series that I'm working on right now, so that won't be for another couple of months. Tulsa Roads, Roadclahoma. I think I have heard of that. Is that channel still active? Old Dixie Highway. Oh, the bridge is closed. Or it was. SRA1A. Okay, so that's this. Last upload 6 days ago. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. What is Key Largo long? Key Largo is long. That's why it's called, well, Largo means large, I think. Or maybe it means long. I mentioned that in the Key Largo video, in one of the Key Largo videos. One north-south highway that I've always wished to cover but know for certain it's impossible. Probably the Pacific Coast Highway. Although you never know. All right. So we're going to call this the end of Fort Pierce. Yeah, it takes quite a while. It takes about a half hour to drive through Key Largo. 20 to 30 minutes. So what is this area here? Fort Pierce North. Another census designated place. Any updates on my plans to get passports? So yeah, at some point before we finish US1, we're gonna just go get passports. It's just we don't even have real ID. Um, and I don't think I need to get a new driver's license until like 2027 or 2028. Um, there's a place that does DMV services right by my office that I could go to with a birth certificate and social security card and a utility bill and get the real ID. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. But right now, we can't even fly anywhere because of not having the real ID. So, first things first, we need to get, well, I mean, if we got the passports, we wouldn't need real ID because they take the place of real ID. But, oh, Fort Pierce North. Yeah, Quebec. I would have a problem with going someplace where they speak a different language and not knowing the language. So, I mean, we might drive through Quebec, but I probably wouldn't stop there just because I don't know the language. And from what I understand, they're very snooty about people that don't know how to speak French. But I mean, I've been to Mexico, and uh, my Spanish is not very good. Uh, at the time, it was much worse. And we were in a tourist area where everybody spoke English. It was Cozumel. So, I mean, I think everybody in Cozumel speaks English, or at least everybody that deals with the tourists. But I felt uncomfortable being there without knowing how to speak their language. Um, Now we have French communities here in Louisiana, and but for the most part, they all do speak English. And I mean, hell, my dad was from one of those areas where to this day people still speak French. My dad moved to New Orleans when he was like 5 years old and lost all the French that he learned as a little kid. Um, I guess my grandfather, was always able to speak French because his mother spoke French up until the day she died. She knew how to speak English, but um, I have French on both sides of my family, but on my mother's side, they actually came from France, not via Nova Scotia like the Cajuns did. But when I was 5 years old, I knew very basic French, very basic Italian, and very basic Spanish. And by the time I was 10, I couldn't speak anything but English. So, and then there's even Croatians in my mother's side of the family, although I don't think anybody spoke Croatian, and whatever language, because it wasn't even Croatia back when they were there. It was, well, I don't think it was even Yugoslavia. I don't even know what they called that area before they came to the United States, because that was 150, 200 years ago. But I think they all just spoke French. I took Spanish in high school, but I didn't learn anything in high school Spanish. To this day, I believe they teach Spanish that is spoken in Spain, which the dialect is completely different. The people that we know here that speak Spanish are all from Honduras and Central America and even Mexico, and the dialect of Spanish spoken in New Orleans is not the same as the Spanish spoken in Spain. And I never have understood why that's the dialect they teach in Spanish classes. Because unless you go to Spain, it's not really that useful. Well, a lot of people claim to be Cajun but aren't. I mean, Justin Wilson, the Cajun chef, who was a family friend, was from Chicago. But he was he was a motivational speaker, and I believe he was a traveling salesman. And he came down to Louisiana and he embraced the Cajun culture and became one. So, and he spent the rest of his life here. I don't know where I am again. St. Lucie Boulevard. All right, Cam, good night. Oh, that's interesting. So the Mexicans that took Spanish in high school in Oklahoma probably didn't do well in the Spanish test. I mean, there was a Puerto Rican kid that lived down the street from me when I was young, and when he first came here, he spoke with a heavy Puerto Rican accent. And by the time he was in high school, he had completely lost his Spanish accent, and he failed high school Spanish. And I guess that was partially because he had just let himself lose Spanish because he wanted to, adapt to the local traditions here, because at the time there wasn't a huge Hispanic community or Latino community. But I guess because the Spanish they taught in high school was not the language that he grew up with in Puerto Rico. Yeah, Frank Davis. I actually, Frank Davis, prior to Hurricane Katrina, I worked at a bowling alley, and Frank Davis was doing a spot for Naturally New Orleans at the bowling alley. And it was filmed like the Wednesday or Thursday before Katrina hit, and it never aired. Or if it aired right before Katrina. I never saw it. But yeah, I'd actually like to find that the last Frank Davis Naturally New Orleans spot that he did before Hurricane Katrina, because I actually might be in it. I was no longer working at the bowling alley at that time, but I was there because I'd gone in there for coffee when they were filming it. Play COD? What is COD? Oh, Call of Duty. I've never played Call of Duty. I'm lost again. Oh, there's a light here. Yeah, if you ever run across a Frank Davis video on YouTube that was filmed in a bowling alley, send it to me because, hell, that might have been the last time I was in the bowling alley, and I'd spent years bowling there and working there. Yeah, Buddy Diliberto was on WWL. Couldn't understand a word that man said. I listen to WWL for local news, and that's about it. Um, most talk radio doesn't interest me. I do like the Newell Norman show, although I just don't really have time to listen to it. Michael, you spend a lot of time. You spend more time traveling than we do, I think. Lakewood Park. In other news, we have 2 new kittens. Somebody dumped, actually it was 3 kittens. And I think somebody must have dumped them right nearby. And they must have seen our cats in the front window, and they told them, if you stick around, they'll feed you. So we started feeding these 3 cats. At first we thought there was only 2. They were very friendly. The 2 that we could see were very friendly. The third was hiding in the shadows, and we didn't even know about for about a week. And the friendliest one, he was a little boy, was attacked by a coyote right in the front yard. And when he didn't come back, I started looking at the surveillance video for the front yard and saw what happened to him. It was horrible. But as soon as I found out about that, we scooped up a little girl, a calico, and brought her in and got her spayed and got her shots and everything. And the night I brought her home, I heard a meow at the door, and it was the third kitten that we had never actually even seen. And I guess he got hungry enough that he came meowing at the door. So the next day I went and got him neutered and got him his shots, and I was going to rehome him, but we decided to keep him, so now we have 8 cats. So Charlie and Callie are the newest cats that we've added to the family. Lakewood Park. Yeah, Harry Lee was cool. I met him on several occasions. Newell Norman, who replaced Harry Lee after he died, Newell Norman spoke to our civic association at least twice, and he had the attention of everybody in the room. He could be a university professor, but unlike the university professors that I didn't have university professors. I went to a community college, but the professors I had did not hold my attention. They would put me to sleep, and I guess that's why I didn't stay in college. But Newell Norman is a really good public speaker. Lakewood Park is not a Lakewood Park isn't a city. It's just really a neighborhood. It's a census designated place. All right. Wait, did I already do this? I did. Robert E. Lee was one of the war heroes of the Confederacy. We had a statue of him up at Lee Circle in New Orleans up until a few years ago. Yeah, you're right. There is an auto trail named for him. We drove part of it up in Tennessee. Well, no, there's no relation between Robert E. Lee and Harry Lee. However, and I guess it wouldn't have worked because Lee Circle was in New Orleans, but I thought they should have put a statue of Harry Lee up there, and then they could have continued to call it Lee Circle. Or if they weren't interested in that, they could have moved the statue up to the corner of Clearview and Veterans and put Harry Lee's statue up there. But for anybody that doesn't know, Harry Lee was the sheriff of Jefferson Parish from the early 80s until he died in, I guess it was around, I don't know, 07, 08, 09, somewhere up in there he died. Harry Lee was Chinese. We don't have a huge Chinese population here in New Orleans, but Harry Lee's family owned the House of Lee, which was a pretty well-known Chinese restaurant out in Metairie near Lakeside Mall. It's no longer there. Yeah, Harry Lee was very well liked in Jefferson Parish. And that was the reason Newell Norman became the next sheriff after Harry Lee died, was because Newell Norman was Harry Lee's right-hand man. 614, this is 713. Why do we have a Highway 713? That can't be right. Oh, there is a 713. Why is there a 713 and a 614 right next to each other? That shouldn't be. Oh, wait, no. One's in east-west and one's in north-south. Okay. Never mind. So 713 ends here. Okay, then there's going to be a curve to the right. And oh, an overpass over Old Dixie Highway. That's interesting. So we'll call this the end of Lakewood Park and the beginning of Florida Ridge. Oh, Indian River County. Look at that. So Florida Ridge is in Indian River County. Hi Cam. I thought you signed off for the night. Florida Ridge. Oh, come on. Highway 1 here in Chester is called Jefferson Davis Highway, though I corrected real quick when they said it was changed. So is it called Jefferson Davis Highway now, or did they change it to something else? Yeah, it's a school night. It's also a work night, and I haven't eaten dinner yet. Although I'm taking the day off tomorrow because I have to go to the doctor tomorrow. So the McDonald's app probably still calls it that because McDonald's probably still uses Jefferson Davis Highway as their address. But I ever wish to go back to Miami upon the completion of the I-395 Signature Bridge. Maybe, maybe not. We'd like to go back to Miami to cover A1A. So I don't know when that's actually going to happen, but you know, we might go back to Miami to cover A1A, and if the Signature Bridge is done at that point, then we'll cover the Signature Bridge. And who knows, as we work our way up, we might cover the auxiliary routes of I-95. Oslo Road, here we go. Okay. Mr. Royale. All right. Oh, it's a bridge. Did I miss it? Nope. Here we go. Vero Beach South. I'm almost certain that the New Orleans Saints had a training camp in Vero Beach at some point. Stewart, Virginia. Isn't that on Highway 11? Seems like I remember going through Stewart, Virginia. Yeah, we're still a long way from Cocoa. I got almost like 4.5 hours of video. Okay, so the New Orleans Saints training camp was in Vero Beach in 1974. I thought it was much, much more recent than that, but I guess not. Although, for some reason, they skipped between 75 and, 76 to 84. I see how that works. Oh, 76 to 84 Dodgertown, Vero Beach, Florida. Okay. Still thought it was much more recent than that, but anyway. Stewart is US 58. Okay, so no, I've never been anywhere near Stewart, Virginia. Maybe there was another Stewart somewhere along Highway 11 in a different state. Cam, I seriously doubt we're still going to be here at 10 p.m. because I do have to get to bed kind of early tonight. I have an 8 o'clock doctor's appointment tomorrow halfway across town, so I don't think I'm going to be on that late. Plus, I haven't even eaten dinner yet, so. Drives me cuckoo. It's Wytheville or Withville. I can't remember how that's pronounced, but I know I mispronounced it. I think it's Withville. Oops. Withville. And this is how I find out how things are pronounced, which I used to be kind of lazy about.
Withville.
I don't know if that play. It's not playing through the speaker. I don't know if that played on the stream or not.
Withville.
I don't remember driving through Withville. Oh, the double wrong way overlap. Yeah, I do remember that. Yep. Oh, it played on stream. I don't have any sound on because I don't have my headphones on. But yeah, that's how I find out how things are pronounced. And if Wikipedia doesn't have a pronunciation, then I go on YouTube and I'll type in Withville News. And then I'll find a reputable news source, like a local TV station that mentions the town in their broadcast, and typically you would hope that the local news people know how to pronounce the name of the town. Although I have heard news anchors in New Orleans say New Orleans, which is a mortal sin. But they usually don't do that more than once, when they're new here. Oops, I didn't save this. Raja. News anchor is now in Michigan? I remember there was a Roop Raj. Hoda Kotb was a news anchor in New Orleans before she went on to the Today Show or whatever it is she does now. No, I don't watch the Saints games. It's pointless. Did they win? Yeah, Roop Raj, there was one of the local radio DJs. I guess I can say this on YouTube because they said it on the radio, but he called him Maharaja Poontang. And that seems kind of wrong, but Roop Raj is a long time ago. I don't even really remember him. Too far. 15th. Here. Right there. So I also understand the Vikings lost today, and they played in Dublin, Ireland, and I really don't know what the deal is with that. I mean, it didn't surprise me that the Vikings lost, but this is Vero Beach. So US 1 makes a weird left turn up here. I didn't save it. I didn't change this. What was he? What was there a flag on New Orleans or something? And he called it. I guess they say New Orleans and not the Saints when they give out the penalties. I mean, did he say anything other than New Orleans? Beach. 60 West. What? Oh. Yeah, so why does US 11 take... Oh, that's why. Huh. Other terms, the Tamiami Trail in Tampa also lies at the intersection of US 1. Oh, so Florida 60 crosses the entire state. I guess that's why it's a two-digit number. Lake Wales. That was a strange sound. Oh, here's Lake Wales here. Okay. Jeremy, I don't know if it'll let you post the link in the chat. I think it's set to not allow links in the chat. So yeah, 60 literally goes coast to coast. Is this 60 Barrier Island to Barrier Island? Barrier Island. That's interesting. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Desert Inn. You know, I'd seen videos. I don't know if any of y'all follow Adam the Woo on YouTube, but I'd seen videos of him going there to the Desert Inn before it was demolished. And, trying to find the turnpike. The turnpike's over here. And I guess I'd never looked it up on a map. Well, there's an actual modern gas station there. I didn't even realize that. I looked up the Desert Inn. I'd never looked up the Desert Inn on a map. But I remember seeing it on the Adam the Woo videos and thinking that it must be in a really desolate, middle of nowhere place. I didn't realize it was right off the turnpike. I mean, it was operational in 2011, it looks like. At least the restaurant. I don't know about the actual motel. Although it might have been. but it's a shame. You'd think they would have had, I mean, they got a couple of bollards here. They got bollards protecting the historic landmark sign, but not the actual building. They should have had these concrete posts all around this whole building to prevent that from happening. I mean, that should have been, that was an accident waiting to happen. So that was in 2020. Got a most recent video, I mean the most recent shot from was 2020, March of 2021. Oh wait, this is 2024. Yeah, this is pretty much a few months after it happened. Oh, no, here, March 2020. When did the truck hit the place? Was that like Christmas of 2019? But it's a shame that place was destroyed like that. December 22nd, 2019. So that was 3 months before Street View went through there again. All right, 37th. Gifford. Now I'll get the hiccups. Gifford is an unincorporated community. Yeah, I don't know how NFL clips work with YouTube, because the NFL is very protective of their intellectual property, and so I don't know what it takes for anything from an NFL game to be put up on YouTube. So Hurricane Ian is the one that destroyed Sanibel Island, isn't it? Because we went to Sanibel after the first time we went to the Keys, so I guess that was July of 2024, and a lot of the resorts and stuff were still closed because they were still rebuilding. There was a car dealer that it was, you know, the guy that owned the car dealership that would do these commercials, and he would say New Orleans. I can't remember who it was. That was a long time ago, probably in the 90s. Oops. 53rd Street. Dawlin. You gotta say Dawlin. Like the lady from the Time Saver commercial, going down to Time Saver to get them roast beef sandwiches with extra mayonnaise. Third Street, Winter Beach. Winter Beach must be where all the people from up north go to when they come down to Florida for the wintertime. See, Indian River County, unincorporated. There was a Hurricane Michael in 2018. There had to have been other Hurricane Michaels. The names used to repeat every 7 years. And they would retire them if it was a really bad hurricane. Winter Beach. I don't think there's ever been a Hurricane Jason. Oh wait, that's right. Winter Beach doesn't start until we cross the canal. New Orleans sunshine all over America. It sounds like a song from Scooby-Doo. Yeah, Helene was the one that wrecked I-40. I think I-40 still hasn't been completely repaired. I have video of that. Well, I think, actually, Michael, I think you pointed out to me that I had video of that. You know, before it was destroyed. That's wrong. Okay, yeah, Jingle for Hibernia Bank. Was it Hibernia? Or was it some savings and loan? Actually, there was a Hibernia Homestead, but that was, I think, unrelated to Hibernia Bank. Or maybe Hibernia Homestead became Hibernia Bank. Back in the savings and loan era, before they all collapsed. With the clock, that's Whitney. Whitney has the clock. That might be what it is. I guess I'm going to have to put on headphones to hear this one. So let's see, y'all should be able to hear this. Except a great bank for a great day.
This is CBS.
The more I'm here, the more I love you, New Orleans. I've watched you grow in a very special way.
Yeah, this is it.
People together, working with pride, where the old and the new stand side by side, spreading New Orleans sunshine all over America.
For Whitney, a great bank for a great city.
1981. Wow. And I probably haven't heard that since 1981. Actually, I think they ran them a lot longer than that. That particular one was from 1981. All right, Winter Beach. I'm assuming y'all could hear that commercial. Too far. '79, 77th. Welcome back, Cam. Yeah, Seafood City. That was a pretty iconic New Orleans commercial, just like Rosenberg's Furniture, 1825 Tulane. And Miller the Killer, he kills them all. I did start in Fort Lauderdale. This day's filming started in Fort Lauderdale. I just didn't turn on the live stream until I was about an hour into it. So it's County Road 510 on the left, and it's State Road 510. Oh, here's one of the new kittens. Gotta show the new kitten. This is Callie. Okay, go ahead. She doesn't want to be on camera. All right, Michael, well, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Go see the special man. Let her have it. And I've seen the Frankie and Johnny's Furniture commercial. That there's a compilation of crazy local commercials on YouTube that we were watching, and there was a Frankie and Johnny's commercial on there. Barber Street is past the end. Love to know how they draw these lines sometimes. Right about there. Are we the only two what? If you're asking if you and Jeremy are the only two people watching, no, it says there's 6 people watching, but I guess the others aren't commenting. If you're watching, throw a comment and throw a comment into the chat. Let us know you're here. Sebastian, Florida. Most populous city in Indian River County. Cheddar Goblin commercial. No, that does not sound familiar. Roseland. Let's see. We're looking for. Center for Wound Care and Vascular Medicine. Mac and cheese commercial. Yeah, there's 6 viewers, but not everybody chats. There's lurkers. Which is fine. You don't have to chat. I think Miami's cooler than Jacksonville. First Coast Expressway near Jacksonville. No, I'm not sure what that is. Okay. I'm going to read this out loud for anybody that's watching this later. It was weird. Goblin's catchphrase was like, everything's better with cheddar, then proceeds to barf mac and cheese all over the kids in the commercial. That wouldn't entice me to buy that product. Is what for my future member videos, Cam, is this is going to be a master video that nobody will ever actually see, because once I compile this video, then I go in and chop it up into 10-minute segments and add commentary to it. So then they go up as a member video until the scheduled time for the video to go public, and then the video goes public. So other than the occasional members only live stream, everything eventually goes public. So even if you're not a channel member, you will see all of these videos, but it's going to be chopped up into the smaller videos with the commentary, like my regular videos are. So like I said, it's not that big a deal if you don't become a channel member, because there's not much that you're going to miss. Oh, a fictional commercial. Okay. From the movie Mandy Just Learned? Yeah, I've never heard of that movie. We went through Coral Gables before we went through Miami. County Road 512 East. Where am I? Sebastian Boulevard. Okay. What the hell? Oh, here. Okay, I see what happens. That's a pretty widely separated couplet there. I think Dillard's locally still uses Mr. Bingle. Whoop, there it is. Nope. Main Street. Oh, I still got a ways to go. Yeah, Coral Gables is nice. I'd love to live there. Have to have about 20 million in the bank. You gotta be rich to live in those places. Really anywhere in Florida. Cost of living is very, very high in Florida. Jackson Street. Oh look, a sign that actually tells us where we are. Roseland. Guys from a grocery store used to advertise Saints brown sacks for $1. Said before my time at Schwegmans. Never been to one because it ain't there no more. Yeah, well, I mean, brown paper bags to most New Orleanians were called Schwegman bags, regardless of whether it came from Schwegmans or A&P or Winn-Dixie or Bromart or whatever. It was a Schwegmans bag, and by extension, the sycamore tree is known as the Schwegmans bag tree because of the giant leaves that they drop, and it looks like somebody took and tore up a Schwegmans bag and threw it in the yard. I don't know if I saved this or not. Man, we always had a stack of Schwegmans bags in the cabinet under the kitchen sink. And they were used as garbage bags, and they were used to cover books for school. And I guess maybe they did draw roaches. We always had combat roach traps in that same cabinet. Correct. If you become a member, it's $1 for back seat. It's, I think, $5 for front seat and $10 for navigator per month. But it doesn't matter what level of membership you're on. You get the same benefits. 13 for navigator? Huh. Maybe it's $12.99. I don't know. We only have a couple of navigators. Where are you seeing these prices, Cam? Is that on a PC, or is that on an iPhone, or is that on an Android? On an iPad, okay. See, I wonder if Apple, because I mean the membership's supposed to be $1, but Apple is probably marking up the. It depends on how you join, I think. And it won't let me see it on my phone because I'm actually a member of my own channel, because that's the only way I can see the chat in a members only live stream. So trying to see, oh, see perks. Your perks, okay, member, backseat. There's a way to upgrade, and then it would show me the pricing. Yeah, well, the thing is, I can't do that because I'm already a channel member. Because that's the only way for me to be able to see the chat on members only videos. So, because I'm already a channel member, I don't have a join button. Yeah, I have no idea. I think Apple may be collecting extra fees. I mean, I'm looking at an iPhone. Apple might be collecting extra fees because the thing is the price of the membership is $1 for backseat, and then YouTube takes I think 40% of that. So for every $1 membership, I get um, 60 cents. And on a $10 membership, I get $6. So if Apple is further marking up the membership because they're taking their cut, I guess for using Apple Pay, you could always go on a PC and join and not have to pay that extra fee. I have a cat. Buddy. This is the cat that meows at the end of every video, by the way. He's a huge cat. Well, what, you're not going to face the camera? This is Buddy. He weighs 18 pounds. I saw some drone video of Roseland, Louisiana, where all of the waterways nearby there are all contaminated with whatever chemicals burned in that explosion. So I see it's a pretty big mess that they're going to have to somehow clean up. So, yeah, Buddy is a half Balinese, half Sufalak. He's a fluffy chocolate brown cat, which is a very rare color for a cat. And he has a sister named Bailey who looks just like him, except she's about 6 pounds lighter. But she's a fluffy, same chocolate brown coat. So, but yeah, Buddy meows at the end of every video. And Buddy's not a fat cat. Buddy's just a big cat. And we knew when he was a kitten he was going to be a big cat because he had huge paws. As a kitten, his paws were just as big as they are now. But he has the tiniest little meow. Yeah, he does look black on camera. They call him chocolate brown. There's no way to really show it on camera. You have to see him in real life to see the brown. All right, buddy, go ahead. Anyway, it's 9 o'clock, and I haven't eaten dinner yet, so I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream here. I didn't expect to be on this long, to be honest with you. But I want to thank everybody for joining us, and I want to thank our channel members. And I'm going to try and do this going further, into the next couple of weeks as I'm, doing this editing of the master file from that day's worth of filming. We're not going to have any new videos for the, for the members, but I'm going to try and do live streams. I'll be at Cruising the Coast next week. Maybe I'll Maybe I'll do a live stream from there. It depends. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and end this one for tonight. Thanks everybody, and if you haven't already, be sure and like and subscribe and share and follow us on social media, and join us for our next 504 road trip. Good night, everybody.